quite a bit later than usual today. Unfortunately. The ads started right when I got back to my computer, so I just had to sit here for 3 minutes while they played out. What a nightmare. Anyway, hi Michi. Hey Bird. How you doing? I might need to turn that down a bit, actually, thinking about it. How dare you overpower me, music. You dare. There. That should be alright. I hope. If it's not, oh well. So what was I doing? The bank can help me grow. Oh my goodness. Amazing. Oh, my credit limit got rose. Cool. I can take out a larger loan if I want a better truck. I think I'll just hold off on that for now. I'm alright with what I got. Where am I right now? I'm in Oregon. So I want to take a... I was going to make my way up to Washington, I think. I was going to try anyway. Suppose I could do that. Where's Longview? Washington. Okay, alright. Let's go there, I guess. Dallas. Oh, I don't like articulated trailers, so I'll do this one. That one seems like a better one. Take coastal routes if you can. Sure. I'll see if I can't find a... That one takes me to Newport. That's a coast. That one goes straight to Coos Bay. It's articulated, but let's do Coos Bay. We'll try to go from Coos Bay and then go up to Newport or Astoria, or there. Maybe go up to Olympia. It'll be fun. Hey, Opaton, how you doing? I'm doing all right. Just winding down. Thank you for asking. Oh no, the yawning is already happening. Should have made my character rest before I saved last stream. Whoops. That means I'm gonna miss that job that I just took. So I have to go rest. Tragic. I'll have to pick a different one. Whew. Wonder if they kept the Goonies house in Astoria in this game. There's a lot of landmarks, so I wouldn't be surprised if they kept, like, a proper one. I think the school from Kindergarten Cop is in the game, I believe. Maybe it's a different thing that I remember, but I thought that was there. You miss seeing the streams? Hate being tired all the time. Yeah, I mean, that's just sort of the downside of being a mother. It's just being tired all the time. Don't worry about it too much. I just appreciate it when you pop in. You don't have to attend every stream, that's okay. You gotta take care of yourself. It's my wipers button. I don't remember what I put it as. If I was wipers, what would I be? I forgot, I have to check. Wipers is R. I want that on the button that looks like a wiper. Hey Ninja, how you doing? Everybody's greeting each other. lot of people in chat today. Hi. Is that chicken? Is that chicken falling from the sky? Need to repair my truck. $900. Gee whiz. Okay, where can I sleep? Probably right there, where I just left. Still sleepy, but you'll manage? Oh, good. Where can I rest? It's all right there, I see. Oh, it's loud outside. I'm gonna drive over this flower bed here. No, cool. Just gonna park in front of this truck. Is that gonna count? Maybe. Please? Please? No. I need to sleep, but I don't know where to sleep at. I guess I could go to an actual, like, hotel, but maybe I'll find out a way to sleep around this truck. Just need the thingy to pop up and tell me I can sleep. Nah, I can't. Okay, fine. I'll go to the hotel. Rude. I'm not meaning to avoid sleeping, alright? I'm just trying my best here. I should have done this before I stopped playing yesterday, but I forgot. Or yesterday, last week, but I forgot. Guess they're sleeping on the floor tonight. Yay, slumber party. No, it's okay. I'll make it to the thingy. There's like a bunch of rest stops on the map right now that I can easily get to at any time. I just chose that one first, which also happens to be a truck dealership that Peter built. Oh. So that happens if you go without sleeping for long enough. When you're in the middle of driving, it'll just black out your screen and you won't be able to control the car. I'm working on it. There. Got it. Oh, you. All three of you are on the floor. Oh. Mini Pata is asleep and so is your husband. On the floor? Alright, well. Okay, let me take another job now, since that one's probably off the market. Job from here. Is there another one to Coos Bay, maybe? Could go to Olympia. Will that take me up the coast? It won't. I want to go up the coast. Sacramento, Redding. Ah, no, I think I lost the only job that would take me up that way. Eureka, Reno, Bend, Newport. There is a job. There is one to Newport still. But the one that was supposed to go to Coos Bay is gone. And I could just drive over there. Maybe there'll be a job there waiting for me. Because I wouldn't make any money on the trip. That takes me back south. That'll take me to Eureka. If I go to Eureka, there might be a job that goes from Eureka up to Newport, and then it would definitely take me along the coast. So let's try that. Suppose I can also fill up my tank while I'm here. Not that I need to, of course, but it couldn't hurt. Internet blackout what started the narcolepsy code? No, I think I mentioned it. I don't think it actually happened. I think that's me mentioning it's what happened. Because I mentioned that you can fall asleep while driving if you're extra tired in the game, and it'll make you just sort of drift. And was it you that mentioned you drifted under a truck? Because that's terrifying. It's definitely a curb, but I'll take it anyway. That was you. Ugh. Yeah. Scary. I might turn up the sensitivity on the wheel again this stream. Yeah, the last stream I turned it down because I was having a hard time controlling the car, but this time I can't make any of these turns properly. The second time I've like overshot a turn. Suppose I could just slow down. I guess that would be the way to do it. Hydrate. There you go. Give me moments. Gotta get the cap off the bottle in one hand. Alright. I think the focus of drinking water and driving made it so I couldn't really. So like it didn't even like get me because I was too busy like trying not to crash or do anything stupid. But one day you'll get me. I like that emote. That's a fun one. That new animated one. Is that yours or is that somebody else's? I can't look. I'd have to tab out, and that would cause me to crash. Friend Bailey's? Ah. Indeed. He rated me. Yeah, I think I remember that. That was, what game? Well, was that Slay the Spire? Yep. Okay, cool. Glad I remember. Well, I guess while I'm waiting here, I'll open my drink. Need to clean off the tab first, because I don't trust stuff to not be on it. I need to get into that lane. You're not allowed to merge an intersection. Is the music loud enough to be heard over the engine? Yes? Good. I don't need the wipers on anymore, do I? You have your phone so quiet you can barely hear me. Wow, that makes sense. You don't want to wake anybody up. Do you have any, you don't have headphones around within reaching distance? It bothers me a little bit that the speed of the song doesn't match up with the blinker. Your husband's snoring, so that's not helping. Yeah, I bet it wouldn't. That's okay. It's mostly just music and truck noise. The truck noise is what gets me sleepy when I play the game. As I say, I just drift a little bit too far. I turned the sounds back up, so I gotta be careful of the beeping noise, because I imagine that would probably... The beeping is so incredibly loud compared to everything else. I might turn that down now, actually. Because there's no reason to have that on. I only turned it up last time because I liked the sounds of the horn. I don't remember which one it was. Truck noise? No, it's traffic noise. Truck effects volume, I think was it. That was it. Yeah, that's it. Short stream again? Yeah, probably 2.5 hours to 3 hours, depending. I don't need to. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. I can stream for a whole 4 hours if I feel like it. I was just taking... Because I streamed short yesterday, so I'd probably be okay today. I'm just doing it to take a break. Because I've been streaming 4 hours a day for every single day. 7 days a week, whatever. So I was taking it, so Sundays was going to be my short stream, but because I did a short stream yesterday, I might not need to do one today. So I'm fine with whatever. That one goes up to the coast, but doesn't go along the coast. So we're gonna do this one after all. Yeah. Yom, yeah. A grip and rip. Wow, that's a 3-piece articulated trailer. That seems like a nightmare to drive. Home store. I did unlock follower emotes. I only put one in there right now, I think. I think the only follower emote I put in was lurk, because that feels like the one that could be used the most by, you know, followers. Since most of my streams, people are lurking in. And I appreciate it. Why am I having such a hard time turning the right direction? Okay, do this again, please. There. It was just taking a lot longer to turn the wheel than I remembered. Ooh, what are you going backwards for? Yeah, I'm excited to... When I hit 100 followers... Did I say subs earlier? I meant followers. When I hit 100 followers, I'm gonna do an art stream where I'm gonna draw a bunch of my emotes again, a bunch more emotes. That'll also be the one where I try to do the animated emote. Can I get out of here, please? And 100's coming up a lot faster than I expected it to, if I'm honest. I think I'm at 88 now. Yeah. Which is very exciting. Haven't looked in a while. Yeah. I remember when we were still memeing about being at 69. You just noticed I updated the banner? Yeah, I did that a while ago. But yeah. I figured it should probably have my name in it. It's, you know, legibly read, like, legible, because the last one had my name, but it was, like, all weird. Just remember vaguely when you hit 69. Oh yeah, there was a whole bit where Virgil and Bert were talking about like unfollowing and refollowing to make sure I stayed at 69. But then I don't know why I'm stopping. But then I blew past it and didn't have to worry about it. Hey, sorry about the fact I'm in the middle of the intersection. I didn't mean to go. I didn't mean to stop, but you know how it is. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. You get it here from clicking on your phone. Notification. Other notifications 90% of the time. Wow, that's good. I didn't even know that was a way to do it. I know that it like has an announcement that comes out. This truck's a lot harder to drive than my other trucks. It has a notification that comes out. I think it just says Crimson Moon is live. I thought about doing like fancy fun stuff with that, but then I couldn't find it, so I just stopped trying. I was gonna be like, oh, Crimson Moon's trucking around or something, but then I was like, I don't know where that setting is in the actual like Twitch page, so I couldn't be bothered. It's in there somewhere, I'm sure. Ooh, that one's close. Part of me wants to use my controller so I don't have to keep moving my vision like that. Because then I keep accidentally pushing down and up and stuff. Or it wiggles too much like this. I'm like looking around. If I'm on a controller, it sort of forces me to go slower so I don't make anybody sick by flicking the camera around. Yield to oncoming traffic. You crazy? Absolutely not. I'm in a semi. They gotta yield to me. I'm not the one who's gonna get totaled from a wreck. Oh, I don't need my headlights on anymore. Do I? Do you have your headlights on? No. Okay, cool. I enjoy the interior lights come on. They're not necessary, like, ever, really, but it's just kind of nice to have them. Bypass the station. Excellent. I imagine if things continue on the uptrend they're on right now, I'll hit 100 in like a month or something. And so then I'll do that. Then I'll do the old stream. It'll be on a Sunday probably, and it'll be left-handed again. Oh, I was that person ahead was slowing down, so I switched lanes, and then they just sped up again. Yeah, it'll be left-handed again, non-dominant hand, so that I don't get, so I don't feel self-conscious. Such a wonderful voice. Honestly, can't believe I didn't make it ages ago. Oh, it is what it is. Also, people who don't click on my stream can't hear my voice, so that wouldn't really be a factor, I don't imagine. But I appreciate the compliment. It's very kind. Agricultural inspection ahead. I feel like the cement truck probably doesn't need to stop for an agricultural inspection. I mean, maybe. But it feels a bit unnecessary. I guess you could stash all sorts of stuff in there. Maybe he is smuggling weeds. It's true. Could be. Anybody could be. That's why they make us check. Yeah, we're going south to California to pick up a job on the coast. And hopefully, picking up a job on the coast will lead me north, back up into Oregon, to get another, yeah, go up. I'm gonna try going up to Washington, but I'm gonna try to get a coast journey. So I'm gonna go to the coast in California and hopefully pick up a job in California that leads me along the coastline, and hopefully it works. It might not. Non-native plants, yeah, it could be. Invasive species are a big deal. Like the Himalayan blackberry and star thistle are incredibly hard to deal with. And they're everywhere because they're so, like, seedy. What's the word? Pro something. There's a lot of them. I was gonna say profligatory, but that's not the word. Profligate? I want to say proficient, but that's not it either. I can't remember the word anyway. They spread their seeds everywhere. And there's a lot of them. I used to work at a nature conservation technician. I don't remember the title of the job. It was like eradication specialist or something like that. I used to go around and pick up all sorts of invasive species and dig them out of the ground and, you know, pull the weeds and stuff. Ivy was a big one that was frustrating to deal with too. Different types of ivy. They have deep roots. So do blackberries. Blackberries have incredibly, like, woody roots. Hard to get rid of, and they're everywhere. They spread so quickly. Propagate. That was the word I was looking for. Thank you. I think that was probably it. We've definitely discussed the general locations before, but yeah, I guess you probably weren't present for that. Dishonored 2 when? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Probably soon-ish. That was one of the ones that was being suggested when I was looking for a game to play to replace Doom. It was Dishonored 2, Subnautica, Superland, and something else. And I will play it soon, but I don't know when, because I played the last one not too terribly long ago. So I'd like to give it a little bit more of a break. So maybe in like a month or two. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I can't give you a real answer. But I do intend to play it. I don't love that turn. That turn was rough. Would I play Slay the Spire? Sure, I love Slay the Spire. It's a really good game. It'd have to be a Sunday game, probably, since I've played it so much already. It wouldn't really make sense to play it on one of my normal days. But yeah, I really like Slay the Spire. I like Slay the Spire, and I like the Underkeep mod, whatever it's called. There's a mod that's endorsed by the devs. It's also really good, where you play monsters instead of play heroes, and it's very good. Yeah, I have played it. I love it. It's a very good game. I'll have to figure out how to wipe my save file if I do play it. One of my favorite things about games is just like starting again from the beginning. Like, I don't know what you'd call it exactly, but sort of the beginning of any game is always kind of my favorite. Building up, like learning how to play again, or like starting from scratch and doing better. That sort of thing I really like. So in like games like Skyrim, or I was gonna say Oblivion. I haven't played Oblivion that much. Games like Skyrim, I really enjoy just restarting a new character and like coming back and just playing differently at the start. Any game you haven't played? There's lots. That's what I'm doing with this whole stream. Just playing games I either haven't had a chance to play or haven't played very much of. Pretty much any game, except the ones that I play on Sundays. Any game I've played on stream, basically, I haven't played before. Or I played a very, very small amount. There are a lot of lizards in this game. I don't see any. There might be some. There's horses sometimes, cows. I imagine there's probably lizards somewhere. Ooh. Oh, almost hit that pole. Should have taken that a bit wider. Oh, hey cop, how you doing? I'm driving safe, don't worry about it. I'm definitely not going over the speed limit and you know, drinking. Made it to one card and remember thinking, that's a programmer humor. Probably passed out. Oh. Oh, I missed the line. That's what Pata was playing. After the prehistoric kingdom catastrophe? Prehistoric kingdom catastrophe. That sounds interesting. What happened? Hey Bert, how you doing? Doing alright. Just relaxing. Hardly an authentic simulator. Yeah, I mean, I could probably put a mod in that just adds, like, wildlife. Just roadkill and stuff. Don't change on me. I'm coming, I'm almost there. It's fine. There, I finished the turn, you can change. Crashed your computer and all the Twitch accounts of people watching you play. It was fantastic. How? What? How? Don't know what a lot lizard is. Probably the best. Oh, I see. No, I take every statement at face value. So if you make any innuendos or you use other like urban dictionary words, I ignore those and take your question literally. It causes a lot less misunderstandings if you take everything literally. Apparently some people find it funny, so that works out in my favor often. I have to take a left here, fire truck. Can you hang back and let me merge? I'd really appreciate that. Yeah, I figured. I knew. Yeah, but if somebody asked me if there was a lizard in the game, I would look for the creature, not prostitutes. It seems so innocent sometimes. It's not that I'm innocent. I just choose not to. I choose to take everything at face value to avoid misunderstandings. I like that I like that I merged and I realized I have to take a right, actually, so if you don't mind, I need to get into that lane now, please. Can I just, like, scooch in behind you? There you go. I saw you go right on red. That means I can do it too. a specific card that changed the game? Like, changed how it played, or was it like just ruined the run? Helped her? Oh, okay, cool. For better or for worse. What hero were you playing? It's been a while, so I don't remember what they're called. Right lane ends. Alright then. Don't you. Okay, good. All of them? Oh, alright. Cool. Do you have a favorite? Something or other. Narrow bridge, maybe? River. Whiskey Town? Is that what that just said? Passing Whiskey Town? Should probably be going a little bit faster. I'm intentionally going below the speed limit so I can look around. I'm gonna get a ticket doing that. And I don't need a ticket right now. I got debts to pay. Oh, now that I've sped up, it's telling me to slow down. Wow. 35 on this turn, alright. The squiggly road. Down to 30 here, gosh. This road's real windy. I guess they didn't consider having semis come along it. Just a hairpin. There was one card that did damage to other creatures based on its max HP when it died. Corpse explosion or something. That sounds like a card. It's also a spell in... Dragon Age. Okay. Hey Bert, you're not new, but hello. You're also not new to the stream, you've been in here for a while, so you can't use that either. Bert's on 3-month sub. I think Bert's probably almost at 4 months now. Provided, of course, that Bert decides to resub. They're nearing 4, because they were my first sub. And so I've had... That's how I can tell how long I've been an affiliate. Slowing down the time, their drive speed. No, I don't have follow age set up. If that's what you were putting it in for. Hello world, program viewer. They give you a common card. Serve each turn. That's pretty cool. I remember because he passed out shortly after you woke up. A bit later, he's saying hello world. It was great. 18 days until 4 months. Oh, okay. It's quite a bit longer than I thought there was. Well, you know, halfway. log slide. It's a lot easier to do this in real life than it is in the game. I guess I can move my eyeballs independently of my head in real life, so I can track where that line is. So you're gonna pass now. If you disappear, that's what happened. That makes sense. And if you do, then good night. And if you don't, then hi. Part of the benefit of playing this game in VR is you can actually just drive. Whenever I would play in VR, I would have like I don't have a steering wheel, so I just hold the controller up like a steering wheel. Just turn it while I was turning the control stick, which is kind of dorky, I guess, but it just kind of added to the immersion. Alright. Some real skills, I know, right? Moving my eyes independent of my head takes focus, determination. Years and years of practice. That scared me for a second. I was like, what did I get a ticket for now? They're just taking money out of my bank account. $2,900. Ugh. I like that the speed limit increases and they just immediately slow you back down because you have to make a turn that's really sharp. I might merge into this lane. Right lane ends. Okay, well, we're going back into this lane then. No passing. Need the car seat. Turn into my office chair. There's a mod that you can get that allows you to like put in like cats and like bookage and stuff. Like just clutter, just random clutter into this area. I remember I used to have it installed. I think when I uninstalled the game a long time ago, I must have removed it, but it's a really good mod. Just has like, you can have like a passenger sitting there too. Have like keys hanging from your visors. Little books on your floor, like a little gym bag, which is really cool. It's a really cool mod, just for a little bit of extra immersion. $20 mph. Dang. It's a slow road. It's amazing how much easier it is to drive in real life than it is in this game. If you have spatial awareness, I guess. Because, like, it's hard for me to tell, like, because I can't, like, move my body, I can't tell where my wheels are, like, because when I learned how to drive, it was always that your, like, shoulder is where your wheels are. So if your shoulder is against this yellow line, that means you're like in the right spot or whatever, or something along those lines. So it's really easy, and like the white line on the right is supposed to go into the center of your hood to make sure you're in the right spot while you're driving. And in real life, that's really easy to figure out, but in this game, it's a bit harder because you can adjust your seating position because you can't like lean to the left and right. So you just have to like sit in one spot and hope you're right. Oh, you just had to come up on me, huh? Can you let me merge, please? I mean, I know you're also a giant truck trying to get places, but I really need to get right behind you. You have the right of way, but I'm larger, so stop. You can tell you're slipping into the void, so you're gonna go ahead and say goodnight. Maybe dog will probably wake you up soon, so you might be back. Alright, well, have a good night, sleep well. Hopefully your back doesn't hurt from the floor sleeping, but if you do wake up, then I'll see you then, and if not, don't worry about it. Take care. I thought this line right here was a divider, so I was starting to go into the right lane, but it's not, it's just the side. That was a wide turn. But we made it. So it's fine. Bye. As long as you get there in the end and nobody crashes, it's usually a good sign. Plaster and Sons. Can you imagine having the last name Plaster? I just feels like it's probably not that uncommon. Just feels like a weird. It's always kind of weird to have like a noun. Well, I guess that doesn't make any sense. All names are nouns. It feels weird to have like an item or an object as your last name to me. But I suppose that's not terribly uncommon. This is the one whose last name's Moon. Well, yeah. Where do you need it? Give me that experience. Alright, you want me to go there? Alright, all the way around. Gotta drive all the way around the back to get it in there. That's not a very good place to park this. That's actually a pretty hard place to get it in. Ooh! Well, it's fine. Just turn it all the way to the left and just go like perpendicular. Didn't work. One of these days, I'm gonna figure out how to do this. Is this not okay? Can you just not just like accept it? Oop, well, I saw it for a second. There you go. Ask and you shall receive, I guess. Can't tell if you're hearing or hallucinating. What do you think you heard? Ooh, I leveled up. Long distance might be fun. More hazardous cargo, always kind of a fun one. Maybe I want what explosives. You want gases, flammable liquids, flammable solids, toxic and infectious substances, or corrosive substances. So many choices. Every once in a while, it sounds like someone's talking through a phone. Like when you butt dial a person you accidentally dialed, it's trying to get your attention. I know that sometimes, like, objects can pick up, like, radio waves. I know I used to have a pair of speakers that if they were plugged in to my computer and turned on, this was years ago, they were plugged into my computer and turned on, and the volume was high enough, I could pick up, like, people talking on their, like, phones, their cell phones, which is very strange. But I doubt that's it. That's a problem that is, like, old. That's an old problem, I'm sure wouldn't exist right now, so I don't know what it could be. Freight markets. Okay, I want to go north. It's back to Medford, which we just came from. Coos Bay, that's where I wanted to go. Let's do it. You think it could be a frog outside, just hearing it over your headphones, but couldn't take them off fast enough to hear it? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Could be that. Could be a lot of things. I know that sometimes when I have my fan on, it'll like make this sort of weird resonance with my headphones for some reason, and it sounds like somebody's talking, like, in a different room. And it always makes me nervous. Could have been somebody driving by on them with a Bluetooth cell too. That could be, yeah, could be lots of things. But I doubt you're going in crazy. I'm sure it's just something perfectly rational, making weird noises. Technology is strange like that. Hallucinations are par for the course for narcolepsy, though. I suppose that's true. That's a good idea. That's what I used to do when I couldn't tell if I had rats in my roof or raccoons, because they make similar noises, but raccoons are a lot like heavier. So I used to always take off one headphone to make sure. If it's raccoons, it's a big deal. If it's rats, it's like whatever. How far am I driving to get... Oh, okay. This is a different Plaster and Sons facility. I see. Shouldn't have started your turn yet. I hate when people do that so much. when they drive out into the road to turn, but there's so much oncoming traffic, there's no way to be able to make that turn. It bothers me so much. Because they're just gonna end up at a red light, and they're gonna be stuck in the middle of the intersection. You heard it again? Sounds like ATC. I definitely know what that abbreviation stands for. Sounds like an attic. You got it. Metal Capital Bank. Is that where I am? No, I'm in Eureka. Call him and he said he has both his phones on him, so it's not those. Well, I didn't get a fine for it, so I'm just gonna hang out here in the intersection until the light changes. There you go. Get a mute for a bit. All right. Good luck. Really bad at going under under 30 miles an hour. I always go up to like 25, like in this area. Like, well, sorry, it goes up to 25, but I always try to go up to 30. Every single time. Stop always, how dare you. Means I have to actually pay attention. Look at that, straight up. Right up to 28. It's a wide street for only one lane. It's definitely some sort of automated male voice. Weird. Is it coming from inside the house? Or the whatever? Or is it, like, outside? Is it some other... It's like a neighbor? Like the test of the emergency broadcasting system? Oh. You don't have a TV on or a radio? I want to go to Coos Bay. Which one of these did I actually take? I guess that one's the best paying one. It's not the one I meant to take, but I'll take it. Oh, okay, so we got our... We took logs last time. We're getting logs again. Don't know why they didn't just have me cut out the middleman and deliver the logs straight to Coos Bay instead, but it's whatever. It's very strange. Standing on the threshold between two rooms, trying to figure out where it's coming from. You'll get there eventually, you'll get it. Okay, I can't stop. I have to keep going. I'm a big old truck. I can't stop. A big old truck, you can't stop. My cargo to be bashed by the oncoming trains that may come up. I've never been good at stopping my car. Did I just tell the ambulance that you can't stop? Yeah, I did. I've never been good at stopping my car at stop signs at the right location. I always stop way too far before the line. It was like the one instruction that I never quite got into my head when I was learning how to drive. It's like you're meant to check the opposite side of the street under your mirror or something. So like, I was supposed to have stopped like there, I think. Yeah. But I can never remember if it's this side or that side, so I always just sort of stop early. But ambulances, like, it didn't have its lights on, so it was probably fine, you know? I doubt that was an emergency. But I couldn't stop on those train tracks, because if a train came, I would lose my cargo. Yeah, see right here, I did it again. Stopped way too early. I need to stop, like, there. Yeah, right. Perfect, every time. It's such an easy, like, thing to know how to do, but I always mess it up. I know how I just talked about how I don't like when people turn in the middle of intersections with oncoming traffic, but I'm bigger, therefore I get the right of way. Them is the rules of the roads. Sitting at your fiance's computer without his headphones, or with his headphones on, you're trying to see if you can hear the voice from the computer. Quieter outside the room and louder from his side than yours. It's quite a mystery. I wonder. It's not through the wall? Nobody put like a... They like those prank fart machines, you can press a button from a distance. Nobody put that like next to your window or something? Whenever you get like too far away, they press it and they make you come back, just to like to confuse you. Sitting at his desk, it sounded like it might have been from his headphones. So you're just keeping them on until you hear the noise. Message. Did you get it? It's saying message. Oh. What's saying message? What app says message? But hey, you found it. Mystery solved. You nearly peed. Was it like super loud? Just startle you. You jumped so bad your fingers got tingly. Oof. Yeah, really got you. I guess it makes sense you could hear it from so far away then, if it's actually that loud. Well, at least you know what it is now, so you can turn it down or off. You know how I felt playing Subnautica when your ship scraped a rock? Yeah, it's terrifying. You're just like in complete silence looking around for something, and then you get jump scared by a random noise you're not expecting. It's the worst. Passing me because I was going 45 in a 55 zone. Could have just said something. There's a way station here on the other side of the road. There's probably going to be another way station up near the... up in here somewhere on the way. End freeway. Oh, we got rain! Woo! Rain! Coos Bay is 200 miles away. lot harder to control in the rain. I should probably slow down to 50. I wonder if I can lower the exterior volume a tiny amount, because I do like the exterior being louder than the interior. I like the interior being kind of muffled, but I don't like it being, like, super loud. Actually, you know what? That's not that bad. I guess it just startled me because I was so used to it being quiet. Runaway ramp anywhere? No. It wasn't big. It wasn't really a big incline, I guess it's fine. Call your fiance and shoot him out a bit. As was deserved. I'm just surprised. There's like, why was it such a loud message? That person almost drove out in front of me and scared me. Left A cars open. What is A cars? I don't know what that is. Audio communication and relay system? Like... On our way. Just like real traffic to the coast. Just everybody just driving right out in front of you. I think I can see the coast there, the beach. Nah, it's just another island. It's just another. There's a river, but there's no coast, no proper. Oh, there it is, right at the ocean, right there. Wow. Probably the YouTube video I was watching was really quiet. Ah, yeah. I guess I hate that. I can't stand it when, like, audio is super quiet, because my computer's always at 20% volume. So I have a lot of room to increase the volume. And so when I get a really quiet video, I always have to turn it up. And then I forget that it's turned up like 50% more than I'm used to, or whatever. Wow. Wow. Aircraft communication addressing and reporting system. Oh, is that because they play Microsoft Flight Sim? Or is that just a hobby? Or is that part of the job? There's lots of questions. I guess I gotta have to that. I remember, I know it's been a long time now. There used to be a Star Citizen Discord I was in, where if you're playing, you would always, like, join this, like, massive Discord call, and everybody would be muted except when they had, like, comms they would have to put in or whatever. So, like, if you were, like, delivering a package or, like arriving at a space station or whatever, you'd, like, announce that you were doing that. And so the comms would be, like, dead silent until you'd have somebody, like, radio in that they were arriving somewhere. It was very immersive and cool. which is a bit different, but kind of similar. Yep, he sure is. That's why I'm going to take a break. Hopefully the package doesn't need the delivery doesn't need to arrive quickly. Should probably check the delivery time. 11 a.m. today. Well, oh no, I see. 18 hours remain. I've got 18 hours. Okay, cool. I can sleep then. No, I don't want to cancel the job. I want to turn off my engine. There you go. You love the Oregon coast? Yeah, he works at the airport. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Makes more sense than Microsoft Flight Sim listening into real air traffic. Actually, just a second. I'll be right back. I should have taken a break when I was sitting at the rest stop, but I forgot. I'm gonna go grab a drink. Well, I'm gonna fill up my water. I'll be right back. I'm back. I keep forgetting to run ads when I leave to go do something, because that would just make it a more convenient time. Turn on my heater. It's cold up here. Alright. Everything looks good. Double check this. Yeah, we're fine. Awesome. Person's just waiting for me to go first. How nice. Your fiance's dad used to have a big radio antenna. Listen to air traffic control as a hobby. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess it's not anything can be a hobby. I wouldn't do it, but Suppose I also wouldn't paint toy trains or assemble dioramas. So, despite thinking that's kind of a cool hobby, I wouldn't do it myself. I'm very much over the line right now. What's the button for permanent headlight? Is it H? No, it's not. Is it K? It's K, okay. Permanent brights. USA car zone. Grants Pass. Oh, I'm still going slow because it had me go through. I saw the speed limit was low through that whole area. Cross traffic ahead. How dare you? Can't go fast around cross traffic. How far ahead are we talking? Oh, right there, I guess. Right lane ends. Well, alright then. Every time I go on into the slow lane, I always get a right lane ends. Might just stop trying. I really wish my drink was near my left hand. Sorry, right hand. I can't let go of the buttons to control the steering wheel to grab my drink. It's a perfectly solvable problem that I can easily remedy by just grabbing this and moving it right there. Ta-da! Problem solver. Pretty much how that whole highway is, really. Yeah. I imagine that makes sense. I mean, I've driven up and down it a bit. Not often. Not the whole thing either, but I've been up and down the Washington, Oregon, and California coasts for various reasons here and there. So I'm aware of them. But never had to drive through them all like this. Well, one of the beaches here. I don't know what beach this is, but it's, here. But, you know, being terrified of water, generally, I don't go to the beach very often if I can avoid it. I can avoid it. Always. real over the side. Not familiar with beaches south of Newport, but they're all gorgeous. Well, that's good. I had to go to a beach at like 4 or 5 in the morning for biology class when I was in college. And I remember how incredibly terrified I was because we had to go check out some tide pools. So we had to be like next to the ocean, where the ocean usually is. But like, you know, before the tides come in. So I was like panicking because we only had like half an hour before the tides came in, and we had to like find these like different creatures and like identify them, and take samples and stuff. Whatever samples we were taking for whatever reason, I don't know, but we just had to. It was cool, but also it was like nightmarish. That's the day that I got the scar on my hand from the barnacle because I slipped on an anemone. I have a big old gash in the center of my palm from being stabbed by a barnacle. You haven't been in years, so you doubt you remember the beaches north of Newport either. I really need to not read chat while I'm doing a big turn. It's nice to know there's so many like rest stops next to the beaches. Maybe next time I'm coming through this area, I'll try to take a rest stop at the beach, instead of just like wherever I can find one. I don't like lyrics in my music. I don't like music with lyrics. People tend to find out the hard way that barnacles are sharp as glass. Yeah. Like I said, I stepped on an anemone and slipped on it because it was really slippery, if you can imagine, and fell like headfirst into the sand. And when I went to catch myself on a rock, I say sand. It was a rock in my face, and I was falling on it. And my alternative was to smash my face or try to grab the rock so I didn't hit my head, and stab my hand directly onto a barnacle. Which is wild, because they don't look sharp. They have like beaks, but like they look kind of round, but they have like little sharp beaks because they're creatures. Yeah, I wish I had an interesting story for that scar, but it's just one of the boring ones. Like one of those ones you get like when you're cooking, like when you just miss or something. So you're just like, oh, what's that scar from? And just cooking. I was cooking and I cut my hand. It's like, oh, what were you cooking? I don't know. Like, probably some with onions. Maybe it was an apple that I was carving and I did it in my hand like a fool. Sometimes I do that. I do it with bread too. I use my bread knife to cut bread in my hand, and I've cut myself like twice with that. Bay discovered. I had a friend who used to live here. I don't remember what it looked like. I remember, we lived with them for like a month or two when we were finding a place to move. And, I used to, there was an abandoned house and like junkyard nearby, so we used to run along the train tracks to the abandoned junkyard. And we used to bring our slingshots and shoot out like windows and stuff from like the abandoned houses near the junkyard. And I got in a ton of trouble from shooting out the windows. We also used to play with like the oil tanks and stuff. We used to like roll the oil barrels at each other and the big old tires and stuff. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, I wasn't allowed to go there anymore. I couldn't identify any single landmark from Coos Bay. But I have memories. It's also where I got yelled at. Nah, I'm not gonna tell that story. That one's that was kind of an annoying story. I don't want to relive that memory. My blinker came off. How dare you? Welcome to Crim's Innocuous Story Hour, where I tell you stuff that's kind of boring and not particularly interesting. I almost got hit by a train once in Coos Bay when I was walking along the train tracks because I wanted to cross a bridge and didn't want to jump in the water. But I ended up having to jump in the water so I didn't get killed by a train. That's kind of fun. More interesting, I guess. More exciting, at least. Had to put something in the way, didn't you? Man, I was being all slick about it too. I should have looked before I drove all the way around. There you go. Okay, gonna go from Coos Bay north. See if we can't find somewhere in Washington. Tacoma? Ah, we don't go along the coastline. Olympia? Ah, same. Newport. Coos Bay to Newport. That does go the way I want. Should probably fill up on gas before I do too much. Well, I can probably... It'll make me go north, so I can go grab one of these after I get there. pick up there, then go up this direction. Yeah. Sure, that'll be alright. Sorry, wide turn. Apologize. Didn't mean to get in your way. Just doing big old turns, as you do. I would love to turn off the mirror in the top right corner, but this movement's really hard to do with the mouse. With a controller, it's not so bad. And in VR, it's really easy because I can just do that with my head, and I don't have to think about it. In real life, it's easy because I can see the mirror out of my peripheral vision. And I can move my eyes independently of my head, as we discussed earlier. So, it's kind of a nightmare, having to look with the mouse to see that mirror. So I have to always leave that one up. This one's easy to see, but that one's a pain. So I could adjust the seating so that I'm further back, and then adjust the field of view so I can see more, but then I get, like, Doom vision. I'm not a huge fan of, like not Doom, Quake. Sorry, Quake vision. Where everything's, like, super, like, weird and fisheye. Light. I don't mind having to wait at red lights very much, but it is a video game, and there is no traffic coming. I feel like you could just flip that light and nobody would know. It doesn't need to be realistic. I don't need to actually wait here for 30 seconds for that light to change. I don't want it to be, like, convenient. I don't want the lights to always turn green when I'm coming, but when I'm sitting there and nothing's on the way, I'd prefer it. If possible. Where possible. Deep Groove Forest Products. Great. Where was it? Oh no! The one I was gonna take is gone. That's a shame. Well, let's see if I can find a better one, or another one that goes north. Tacoma, Reading, Eugene, Olympia, Dallas, Coos Bay, Astoria? Yeah, Astoria goes north. Alright, do that one. That one's not expiring for 4 hours, so I probably won't lose that one. Oh, and the train's coming too, so I have to wait even longer. Yeah, if I was working with the air brake simulator, this would really annoy me, because I'd have to do a 3-point turn, which means I have to keep on using the air brakes. Yes, Astoria. Yeah, we get to see the Goonies house. And if the kindergarten cop school is there, we can see that too. honking too, but you can't hear it. I know the column is there in Astoria. The Lewis and Clark column thing. I remember seeing that in the game, but that's like the biggest landmark that Astoria has, so that's definitely there. I don't know what I was about to try and pass these people as if I wasn't gonna have to go back into the right lane anyway. Coal-based sloth. Okay. This truck feels kind of small. Like, I know it's not, but it feels small. It's because the dash comes up like that. That, like, divide there makes it feel like it's more of a room. It encloses the space rather than, like, keeps it going, extending it. It makes the dash feel smaller than it is. I do want to merge this direction, change lanes rather, not merging at all. And then take a left and go refuel when I get a chance. Since I'm going past that way anyway. Couldn't hurt. Don't imagine I need to refuel really, but nah. Wait your turn. Come on. Can't you see? I can't turn on cruise control below 20 miles an hour game, but I only have an analog input. I have a yes and no, so I can't control my speed very well. The other benefit of using controller or pedals is I can control my speed with pressure. I can't do that with a keyboard. I imagine some keyboards probably have like pressure sensitivity. Push real hard, it gives you a capital letter. No, I'm not allowed to go this direction because it's a one-way street. Or just pretend that it's not. Yes, it's fine. Don't worry. I'm not breaking the law. Your mechanical keyboard is pressure sensitive? Oh, wow. Cool. How does that work? Aside from, like, video games, does it, like, have any other practical purposes? Or is it just kind of nifty? I don't need you to calculate my route. I'm going to the right direction. As far as you know, only useful in video games. Alright, yeah. That's fine. So if you press real hard, it doesn't capitalize. Like if you're typing in a rage, it doesn't make it shout. Oh, right, it's a one-way street. I need to be in that lane. Definitely not. Well, kind of fun though. Okay, I'm gonna speed up a bit. I'm gonna go 25, just so I can make sure I'm ahead of you. Go. A lot of right turns here. Oh, I hate those benches. Benches with the railings that are meant to like stop homeless people sleeping on them. I hate those benches so much. Just real scummy. Woo. It's weird watching the AI trucks drive because they have like precise control, so they'll just like sort of flick around like mechanically instead of like how I have to sort of drift left and right. They're just sort of like snapping directions. It's so weird to watch them like drive. Most of the time you're not in like city limits doing like narrow roads and sharp turns, but when you are, it's a very, very silly thing to witness. Sweet motel. Oh, Sunset Motel. Yes. Wasn't sweet. Might be a sweet motel. I haven't been there. Olthon Homes. What's that? Oh, it's a garage. Okay, where am I? Am I ever going to reach the location to pick up my cargo? Where is it? Here, okay. A lot of one-way streets in this place. It makes it hard to, like, get places. Open sesame. We're going to Astoria. Provided I didn't miss this job, too. Oh, there it is. Take job. What am I transporting? Bodies? Home accessories, right. That's what I would say too if I was transporting bodies. Properly, so I was hoping to be forgiving, but I'll just be a bit more careful about it. There's like an advanced trailer mode where you can like lower the legs and like adjust it like yourself, and that seems like such a nightmare to do, but I imagine if you're an actual trucker playing the game, which I know there's a lot of overlap, I imagine it's not a huge deal, but to me, it's like incredibly difficult, and I cannot do it. I just play the game for fun. I don't have the truckin' expertise. Come on. My truck is barely strong enough to haul this. I was gonna say I should upgrade soon, but I don't have anywhere near enough money to upgrade. I'm only doing jobs that are worth like $7 grand each. The new truck's like a couple $100,000. Not to mention I still have my bank loans to pay off. I suppose it could take out 400 grand more, technically. I got a new upgrade on my allowance or whatever. What is happening here? What did I just take a wrong turn? Must have done. Anyway. But yeah, there's a... I can take out a $500,000 worth of money and then buy a truck with that, but you get more trucks available to you as you level up. As like a truck driver, that's part of the gameplay aspect of the game. And I don't have any unlocked yet, because I'm only level like 5 or something. So I don't get to have any cool big trucks. I'm not even kind of sure what kind of truck I'd like. I guess I have to sort of find which ones are available. I know Patat was excited about Volvos. So maybe I should try to find a Volvo truck. I think they exist. Maybe that's in Euro Truck Simulator. I used to play that too. Hey now, come on. I let those two pass and you're gonna cut me off? What's wrong with you? Stop sign. If I go above 20 miles an hour, I can then reduce the speed limiter back down to 20. So if I go to like 21, I can turn on cruise control, then reduce it to 20. Very nice. That's handy. I don't have to keep on like pressing forward over and over again to keep my speed. I actually cannot stand using cruise control in a real car. It makes me uncomfortable, not having direct control over the speed of my car. Like, I tried it for a while on a really long drive once, and I just felt like I was out of control. I was on like a windy road, and I just hated the way it felt, so I turned it off. And I just prefer to drive using the pedal. I guess it's kind of convenient. But I don't like it. The long range like asset they use to, you know, before they render it in properly looks so much different than the actual bridge. Usually you kind of don't notice them loading in like that, but that bridge popped in like really close. It's tree time. Welcome to non-stop trees. All you're gonna see is tree for the next 4.5 hours. I'm going way too fast down this hill. Road work ahead. Man. Oh, left lane closed. Okay, fine. Come on now, anytime. How long is this road work that they have to keep me stopped this long? So I'll be honest, I've never seen like a traffic light for road work. I've only ever seen people with like stop signs. That's a really short span. Like there's no way you had to make me wait that long. Oh man, tunnel. Ready to hold your breath. Easy, short tunnel. Barely made it. Well, you know. Suppose I caught you off guard with it. You didn't have the time to prepare that I did. Washington State Park. Am I in Washington? Surely not. I'm not even into Astoria yet. And Astoria is like not even like it's like on the edge of Washington, so this definitely isn't Washington State Park. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Maybe that sign will tell me. Oh, Washburn State Park. I see. Carl G. Washburn? Is that what it's named after? I don't know who that is. Wow, ocean. Yes, okay. I remember it was one of the places you stopped on your family road trip. On the only family road trip you ever went on? Oh. I've been on a couple of family road trips, but they were never enjoyable to me. I get very car sick, so I've never really had a good time on road trips. If I drive, I don't mind them. But if I'm in like the back seat or even the front seat, I get ill. Was it a memorable trip? He was the Oregon Highway Commissioner from 1932 to 1935. Okay. Road work ahead. Again. Man. At least we got a beach this time. We can look out and check out the ocean in the sand. Kinda. Can't really lean out of the truck. Like with VR, I could just lean out and look, but with this, I have to turn a certain amount to look. So can't quite admire as well. Not all for good reasons. Ah, I see. Yeah, I gotcha. I think one of the only memorable family road trips I had really was we drove out to the coast and then drove all the way to Seattle from undisclosed location. And it took such an incredibly long time, and it was all done in one day. There was no breaks. Well, I mean, obviously bathroom breaks and stuff, but no sleeping breaks or anything. And one of the only things I remember is, like, about that entire trip was after we arrived, we visited my aunt. Well, my mother has a thing where she calls all of her friends my aunt. Or had. I don't speak with her much anymore. But she used to call all of the people that she was friends with my aunt. And so we went to visit my mother's friend. And that was the first time I'd ever seen a computer with internet. So that was cool. But that was the only thing I remember about that trip. Newport. We're in Newport. The storage facility. Stuff. Motel. Considering we're passing through Newport, I'm not going to be able to look around for landmarks, unfortunately. So if you were hoping for recognizable locations in Newport, I'm afraid we're not staying. I'll take a right into the town to see if that, like, photo op area's got some notable. Look, Oregon Coast Aquarium. Hey. Okay, fine. Oh, come on. It was either crash into the nice car or crash into another truck. Come on. I didn't have many options there. I didn't need a $480 fine for that. I don't know what an aquarium looks like, so... If it's here somewhere, then... I'm sure it's around. What does that sign say? Aquarium's that way. We'll see. We'll see if there's an aquarium over here. There's no aquarium, so help me. I would have gotten a $480 fine for nothing. Well, thank you. Save your things until we actually see the location first. Bunch of walls. It's not quite an aquarium. There's an eye flop. Also not an aquarium. Aquarium Village. Mermaid's Cafe. I guess that must be it. Yep. I can't go back there, I don't think. Maybe I could. I'll drop off my trailer for a second. See if I can't go into the drive-thru area. Okay. Now we'll see. Think it's further down the road? Maybe. But I'm gonna check this anyway. It does say Aquarium Village, so maybe it is further down the road. But I'm gonna check here anyway, because I'm curious. Also, I think this road is a cut-off one, but I'll check anyway. If it is further down, then I'll go that way. Yeah, okay, it's not that way. I can't go that way. The road does end for me. So unless it's like on that path there. Which it might be. Find out. There's an invisible wall right here. But hey, we get a close up of the Mermaid's Cafe. Those little cannons. That's cute. The dawning of the age of Aquaria. Looking at Google Maps, you should see it on the way back up the road. Alright. In that case, I'll go recouple my trailer and continue. It's tucked back. It could be. I'd be surprised if it wasn't like immediately visible on the roadside somewhere. Since they usually are pretty good about Snout Fishtails Cafe. Oh, so that's fun. Yeah, they're usually pretty good about landmarks. All the cities I've traveled through, that I've actually traveled through or lived in, I've noticed landmarks that have actually like made me like surprised. So it could be this is the way I have to turn. So if it's not here, then it's not anywhere. Unfortunately. Because this is gonna put us right back on the main road, I think. That we came through. Yep. Where you came from? Oh. Well. We'll just do a quick UE through this parking lot. And definitely not violate any traffic laws. You don't think you can see it through the road? Well, they advertised it. So they better show it to me. There's a mod that lets you detach from the truck and fly your camera around. You might be able to do that normally. It might not even be a mod. But it lets you, like, go view the terrain that's hidden away in the back. Yeah, the ability to bend in the road. Right there. I like this. This is a fun one. Behind the red roof. It's back there. I can't see it. There's a blue building, but that's all I can see. Oh no, there's a building there. But there's nothing. That's the best I got. That's the parking lot. Well, I can't really get a good view of it from there. They didn't put it in the game. Yeah, it's a shame. Oh well, yeah, I tried. It was worth a shot. There's a boat museum in Astoria that might be there. Not quite as fun as an aquarium, but it's something to look at. Did they put the Astoria Bridge in? The really long one? The big green bridge, you mean? I'm like 90% sure that's in, but I think it's really short. Yeah, you saw me coming out. You saw me ignore that red light. That's a stop sign. So he stopped. Time to see. But yeah, I mean, like, it's a shame the aquarium's not in, but it is, there are, like, landmarks, like I said, that sort of identify. And I guess if something was away from the roadside, they wouldn't put it in. Like, if that aquarium is not on the road, it makes sense. The Astoria Bridge is really tall on one side and almost water level on the other. Really? Huh. I wonder how they're gonna do, the hill. Astoria has, like, an incredibly tall hill. Like, a really, really steep one. No! We're not even there yet. I can't help that. They drove out into the middle of traffic while I was turning. I don't deserve that fine. How dare you? Can you still post links? Well, you got that... the diamond next to your name means you're a VIP, so yeah. Wow. Wow. It really does just arch up and then go down for some reason. Wonder why it does that. Moth. There's a moth. I hate moths so much. Get away. Okay, it's gone. It listened. Big ships? Oh, yeah, of course, that makes sense. It's the Columbia River. There's going to be massive ships coming through there all the time. Stop at the next rest stop so that I can get my character to sleep. I need to check the time I have to deliver this package. Oh, 4 hours. I can't sleep. I have to deliver it. I'm gonna get a whole bunch of fines for that, but it is what it is. I can deliver it late, or I can... Why is my... Hold on. The sleep thing, I don't remember being that aggressive. It used to be, like, a lot less frustrating. Like, it feels like I've had to sleep like twice a day now. I'm pretty sure it didn't used to be that high. Like, I don't mind having to sleep, but it feels too often. I don't seem to have any options to control that, though. But I took a nap before I started this trip, and then I had to take another one. Not right now, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but I can't choose how long I sleep for, so I sleep for 8 hours every time I try to sleep, which means I have to deliver this package. So I have to drive sleepy. Which means we're gonna have to listen to the every few seconds. Don't you land on my monitor. You get out of here. That's what I thought. Tempting fate, Moth. I only have so much patience for your kind. Where are we? I recognize this area. It's like shop front. It's Long Beach, or whatever it's called. Gold Beach, something like that? I don't know. I recognize this place regardless, wherever it is. I've been here. Historic Bayfront. Don't, come on. I know you're tired. Stop it. You have 2.5 hours before you're allowed to sleep. Get some coffee. And shut up! But get some coffee without me stopping, because... kind of a pain. I might have to start taking a nap after every delivery to make sure it's under fatigue. Fatigue simulation, but it doesn't give me an option to change its length. It just has fatigue simulation, which I do like. I just don't want it to be on all, like, that aggressive. Must be a mod? Yeah, probably. If I intend to play this in the future, which I do like the game a lot, and it's really relaxing, so I probably will. If I intend to play it in the future, I might install the fatigue adjuster, and maybe the little knickknacks. Like, so I can put, like, a cat or a dog or something in the seat. Store. Yeah, it just sort of adds a little bit of extra stuff, because like if you didn't have Fatigue Simulator on, you'd be basically driving all the time. I'd install a Fatigue mod IRL, yeah, right. Love that. Like, it just adds a little bit more to the game, because you'll never be driving at night, like, because the daytime lasts so long. So, having that fatigue lets you, like, sort of pass the time, so you can drive at different times of day. And it allows you to change weather and stuff. So if it's like sunny all day, if you sleep, sometimes you'll wake up to it raining and stuff like that. It's just kind of a nice little change. It changes the gameplay, and I like it, but it is frustrating sometimes. Next time my character sleeps, I'll have to check the time I go to bed, and then check the time I wake up, and see if it was 8 hours, and then check the time I have to go to bed again after that, and see how long it was. You're getting tired. You should find a parking place to rest. Nah, I'm gonna pass out. It's fine. Pass out and crash. It'll be alright. People on Steam were complaining it was 10 hours. Yeah, that's outrageous. That's such a short time. Makes you rest for 10 hours? Oh. Well, that's a long time. Jeez. Sleeping for 10 hours is forever. If it was 8 hours, it might be okay. I'd be fine with that. 6 hours would make more sense. But 7 hours or something like that would be even better. Because 7 hours would still give you a lot of time to make your deliveries. 10 hours just cuts away 3 extra hours. Follows Department of Transportation regs. That sucks, but okay. I guess that's fine. But I hate it. And again, getting tired bothers me. I don't mind the rest as much as I mind the getting tired so often. But I guess that means you'd be awake for 14 hours instead of however long you'd be awake normally if you sleep for 10 hours. So instead of 16 hours, it'd be 12, or yeah, instead of 16 hours, it'd be 14, sorry. So you miss a full 2 hours that you'd have otherwise, which still wouldn't mean I'd make the delivery on time if I had to sleep, but it'd be longer than I should have. And I guess you're allowed to be tired when you're red. You don't have to sleep while you're red. It would just fine you if you don't. I'm going way too slow. One of the turns back there made it 35, so I kept this slowed all the way down to 35. Now it's back up to 55, and I wasn't paying attention. Nobody was honking at me, though, and if they were, I couldn't hear it, because I turned down the audio of exterior, sounds, like the beeping and the honking. So you can barely even hear my horn. That was my loud horn, too. Tunnel. Alright, get ready to hold your breath. I don't know how long this tunnel's gonna be. Could be long, could be short, you never know. was a longer one. Australian truck driver. Hey, from Australia. How you doing? I know. Can't sleep. I need to deliver my package. It's gonna be late otherwise. Darn time limit. Oh, somebody's wheel came off. Yeah, I know. You're tired. We're all tired. You're good? I'm doing alright, thanks. Just relaxing. Playing truck game. Rocks. Being a truck driver in Australia is a lot like being a Mad Max. I mean, it must be, right? That fine is gonna add up pretty quick if I don't. I know they want the package delivered, especially with the kangaroos. Yeah, I can't imagine all the kangaroos, all them just like bandits waiting to steal all your goods. Monsters, a lot of them, and the drop bears. Ugh, you get ambushed whenever you're traveling through. Waiting for the character to pass out. They do jump down in the middle of the road. You saw him do it yourself. Really? Is that true? I know! Avoid sleeping violation. Please, stop. I'm trying my best. Soon. You'll be able to sleep soon. It's only 4 minutes to delivery, then you can just go find a place to sleep. They jump across the road without warning. Ooh, that sounds awful. Oh, drawbridge. So they're kind of like deer, I guess. Although I think, that kangaroos are a lot more like, what's the word? A lot less cautious than deer. Like deer tend to run through roads pretty often, but they'll usually avoid roadsides if they see cars coming. But I've been told kangaroos don't care about humans very much, so they don't try to avoid them as often. And they're also pretty big. I imagine they'd mess up your car a lot more than a deer would. They visited Australia for a year. The Australian friend said it doesn't happen very often at all. And she was annoyed that I was going around telling everyone you just see them in the middle of the road. I see. I'm telling people you see them in the middle of the road. Alright. That makes sense. I mean, I'd believe it. Ooh, that's an orca. Are there orcas around here? That Free Willy over there? Is that what that was supposed to be? roundabout. You can't do this to me. Shot. We're doing alright. There you go. Full-grown kangaroo can take out a car, and depending on when you hit them, they can go through the windscreen. Ooh. That's awful. That's terrifying. This is a bad place for a gate. I need to, like, get in here to get off the train tracks. Oh, it's a bad place for it, how dare you. I'll try. Same with deer. You hit a deer, send it, put a huge dent in the front of your front end, destroy the radiator. Ugh. Oops. Bump the fence a bit. In my defense, I'm doing an alright job parking here, just considering I'm not used to parking like that angle. That's the wrong direction. I'm looking in the mirror. I know you're tired. Stop doing it. I'm literally here. Just give me a second. Good enough. I'm okay with that. It's not lined up properly with the door, but it's fine. I got it. I got it in the end. Drive all over Australia, especially in the middle of the outback. You see kangaroos everywhere day and night. All you really need to look out for is cows and camels at night. Are there camels in Australia? I had no idea. Yeah, the same with me. Yeah, I have no idea. Do I want hazardous cargo or do I want longer distance drives? I might go with the... Yeah... What's a fun hazard cargo? Gases? Liquids? I'll flip a few coins, how about that? Let's see. Heads and tails will be 1 to 4. No, 1 to 3. So heads is 1 to 3, tails is whatever's higher. Okay, we got tails, so it's going to be between those three. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, whatever. Top. Bottom. Bottom. Going with corrosive. Corrosive substances. Can you pick all of them at once? Nah, you can only pick one. Yeah. Okay, now I need to find a place to sleep because my character's dying over here. I really love Dangerous. Like, well, you know, you got the point across. I got it. Open the gates. I need to sleep before I get fined another $100. Please? Thank you. And after I sleep, I can go check for the Goonie house and the kindergarten cop school. Oh, there's a bridge. It's very tall. It doesn't arch up as much. But it is very tall still. Can't see the other end. Fun fact, Australia is the largest exporter of camels to Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Brunei, and Malaysia. What? Hey, look, I'm working on it, alright? Come on, I'm literally trying to get into the hotel right now. You can't fine me for that. That's a very interesting fact, I had no idea. Are camels hard to breed? Why wouldn't they be able to just breed them at, like, why do you export them? Feels like you could just breed, I don't know. Like, I figure they must be fairly easy, like horses, like, aren't the worst to breed, and they breed pretty regularly. But they have long, like, gestation periods or whatever. Maybe. Oh. How do I get in there? I missed the turn off to get in there. Oh, we're just gonna... What do you mean headlight usage events? I have them on right now, don't I? Oh, I must have turned on my lights, but not my headlights. I'm just gonna violate all sorts of traffic laws real quick so I can finish with the annoying sleeping thing. Fun fact, Australia has the longest trucks in the world. Is that true? Why are they long? That feels like a weird one. Camels are a pest? Really? You could be filling my head with all sorts of lies and I'd believe you. It just seems so strange. Why are they a pest? Okay. Hold on, I gotta be right back. Sorry. Give me just a moment. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, alright. Polar bears are kind of pests in northern Canada as well. Interesting. The camels were first introduced in Australia in the 1840s to assist in the exploration of inland Australia. In 1840 and 1907, between 10,000 and 20,000 camels were imported from India, with an estimated 50 to 65% landed in South Australia. You have the longest trucks in the world called road trains. They're trucks with multiple trailers because we don't have a massive rail infrastructure. Oh, that makes perfect sense. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, America is covered in like railroads. Oh, thanks for the follow as well. Blackbird and Australian truck driver. Appreciate it. Very kind. Sorry you followed while I was away. Look around for the house. The house and the school. I don't need the windshield wipers on anymore. If I was a house that was in a famous movie, where would I be located? Can't go that way. Maybe it's not here. I was gonna look for the Goonies house, but it looks like the entire residential area of this town is blocked off. We're in Astoria, Oregon. It's where the Goonies was filmed. But I don't think that I can get there. If I could. I don't know where it'd be at. So I was just gonna go driving up and down the roads looking for it. Pretty sure it's visible from the hill on the main road you're on. Okay, well, I'll keep looking when I come across things. Gaps. There's not a lot of trees in the way. I'm not used to driving in third person. This is really weird. If it's here, I don't know where it would be at. I'm pretty sure the school's like up that direction still. So if the school is in the game, which I thought it was, but maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it was a mod that I had that I just added a bunch of extra landmarks to the game. That might have been something. Because I did have a lot of mods installed when I used to play this game a long time ago. I say a lot, I had like 5. I had like a road mod, sound mod, texture mod, clutter mod, and like another one that I can't remember. Excuse me. Pardon me. Coming through. Thank you. Ooh. Sort of like losing control here. I don't know. If it's here, I don't know what it looks like. Oh, there's the boat museum. Been there. And this is a pool. I remember this being a pool, like a rec center. Or maybe that's the movie theater. No, that's the movie theater. I don't remember a church. That's a hotel. Don't see anything. And I think this is where the school would be. Guess the school's not here. That's a shame. Neither of the landmarks we're looking for are here. Tragic. Oh, that's a wall. I can't go that direction. Darn you. Not having all the landmarks that I want to see. Only some of them. Well, we can just keep going north. Keep going and going and going. Figure out what's next. Astoria. Where else do you want to go? Tacoma? Kind of north. North-ish. Everett? Ooh, that's a fragile one. It's not bad. This one goes south. Don't want that. None of the Oregon ones. Guess that'll be it, hey? School was behind the field you drove past, was it? I didn't see it. But I also only sort of looked. I mean, that one? That field? I don't know. Doesn't look like it's there, but maybe. Maybe I just missed it. Just trees? Yeah. That's what I was wondering, because I've driven past and through Astoria before, and this entire area is just all town. Like, there's just tons of houses and, like, buildings. And up on the top of that hill, there's, like, a college. A college building that has, like, it's like a really nifty looking college. It's like a, like, architecturally designed college. It's really cool looking. I don't remember what it's called, but it's got, like, a bridge, like, across, like, a big, like, cliff sort of thing. And that hill goes so high. So yeah, they just took out a bunch of the buildings, it looks like. Which is a shame, but it is what it is. Goonies' house would be up to your left in the hills, visible from that road. Yeah. When we were driving by looking at it like this, I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything past there. So I'm assuming it's just not in. Which is a shame, but I'm not that surprised. Because it's not a game about sightseeing, it's a game where you're delivering packages through towns, so you probably wouldn't stop to look at stuff very often. I know that they do have the column, which you can see right... Not up there. Where is it? Do they not have the column? Am I just, like, imagining... Am I going crazy? The column should definitely be there. I'm definitely going crazy. That's weird. I must have installed a mod that added a bunch of landmarks. Because I know the column is supposed to be there. Well, anyway, there's a cool column. It's like a carved column called the Astoria column. It tells the story of Lewis and Clark. if you drive down Oregon roads, you get dysentery. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, there's a whole game about it. Here, give me a second. Just a second, sorry. Here we go. Alright, here we go. What are we looking at? There's the Astoria column. There's the, whoop, that's a huge image file. That is not gonna work. Can I just delete that? I think I might have hit like the cap on like letters. I can't get rid of it. That's stuck like there forever. Don't put that in your browser. The link is way too large. Here's a good, yeah, there you go. That'll work. And then there's the kindergarten cop school, right? So we can't go sightseeing in the game, but like we can at least show the pictures so you see what they look like. Provided you haven't in the past. Where's the mural? There's like a big old mural on the side of the school. That's the fun part of it. There it is. There. There you go. There's your sightseeing. Now I'm gonna get back to the game. I didn't realize links could be that big. Otherwise, I wouldn't have posted it. But yeah, I think I hit the unit cap or whatever it is, the amount of letters you're allowed to put in a message by trying to post that. Can I drive over the bridge? Yeah. I think that's where I'm going to be going. I'm going to be transporting a package to, somewhere in Washington. So, I think we're going to be going over the bridge. And if we're not, I'll just drive over it anyway, and then drive back. It should be fine. Just gotta go pick up my cargo first. All these red lights. City driving sucks. So accurate though, yeah. Yeah. Watch me play Subnautica and Outer Wilds. It's weird to watch a game where you're not running out of air, or where running out of air isn't the concern. Yeah, I can see that. I need to be on the inside of this. You don't need to slow down to change lanes in a roundabout. Kind of have to worry about air. When we go through tunnels, we hold our breath, so the tunnel doesn't collapse on you, you know? It's kind of worrying about air. I could take a turn right into the water, then we could worry about it even more. Given enough time, running out of air might be a concern on Earth as well. What do you mean headlight usage offense? It's 6 a.m. It's 6:30 a.m. What do you mean headlight usage offense? I do not need my headlights on right now. That's bunk. I shouldn't have gotten a fine for that. And yeah, you're not wrong. Given enough time, surely you'd eventually run out of oxygen. They're going to Tacoma, bring us some cars. Hey bud, how you doing? I feel like this is not a good place to put the cars for delivery. You know, for that reason. I'm not good at driving. I'm not gonna pretend I am in this game specifically. I'm great at driving in real life, but in this game I'm bad. And I shouldn't have put those so close. So there's $1,000 from my $5,000 trip. It's fine. It's fine. They shouldn't. It's not my fault. It's the people who put them there's fault. Plus, it's going to cost a lot more than $500 to buff out those dents. All right. Well, again, like another bad placement for that that like thing. Okay, pretend none of that happened. Just delete the last like minute and a half of your memory. Going on our way, perfectly fine, with no extra fines involved. I have $20,000 in the bank. It's good. Let's make sure I'm going over the bridge. Nope, it doesn't want me to, so we're gonna go over the bridge this way. I'm gonna force it over the bridge. There you go. What'd you miss? Nothing. Just picking up my cargo and getting ready to go over the bridge. That's all. Nothing involving cars or anything. Weird to even bring up cars. I don't even know what you're talking about. It's about fine. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, no, I said everything is fine. I didn't say anything about getting fines. That'd be ridiculous. Did I hit more cars? No, I didn't hit any cars. What? There's no proof of that. Allegedly hitting cars. Slander. That's what that is. Yes. I did. I'm bad at lying, I'm afraid. I hit 2 cars trying to pick up my package. This one, filled with many cars. They parked in a bad spot. Take me to jail, I'm sorry. I would have gotten away with it too. If only there wasn't streaming. Streaming the crime live on the internet. Get more fines for hitting cars, carrying more cars? No. I hit the cars and got the fines before I started carrying the other cars. They parked the big trailer in between a bunch of cars in a very narrow corridor, so I had to pick it up, and that caused me to have a little bit of difficulty with the law and money. Hopefully it doesn't rate. I don't know if it actually... Does it lower my rating? Can I see my rating? Or is it just experience? Penalties. I've got 18 traffic violations. For a total of $4,000. It's fine. Yeah, Yeah, 0.8 rating. I don't know. I think the rating is just related to your level. I'm not actually positive of that. Or it's like, no, it's like based on like how well you deliver packages or something. I don't know. Actually, maybe it is related by like related to fines. I'm not sure how rating works exactly. No gold star for you. Well, we'll see about that. 1 late delivery, 6 excellence, on time undamaged, 0 special transports, delivery log, truck zones, company time. Now, if there's a, I don't know how to check the rating system. I know that if I've ever hired people, I'm always like a higher ranking than them. I'm assuming it's just related to like how well or how many packages I deliver on time. I think that's what it's related to. I'm not sure if the fines matter. Game is a cost-benefit analysis between fines and pay. Yeah, well. Ideally, if you play the game correctly, like I'm usually able to do, you don't get any fines, but the sleeping violations are a real killer. Also, you get experience for exploring roads, and you'll notice on my little mini-map in the bottom right, there's 2 gray bars in between the red and the yellow. That means I haven't explored those roads, which means I missed out on like a little bit of experience. And there's a stat for exploring all the roads. So you can like technically explore every road in the game. So all the yellow ones are the ones I've been on, all the gray ones are the ones I haven't been on. Imagine going through all the trouble of going on every one of these roads all the way through. I don't have Texas or Oklahoma, but if I did, going through all of these and then having these 2 tiny roads here in the corner of the map that you haven't driven into. Or like this roundabout, this part of the roundabout right here I haven't driven into. It'd be awful. If you're trying to like 100% the map, it'd be such a terrible way to like miss it. But you can hire employees and stuff too. You can buy trucks and hire employees to work for you, and they can make you like a passive income. So you don't have to worry about the fines too much. But I'm not doing that. Not right now. Maybe later. Can't be bothered. They pay themselves off pretty quickly, so it's not so bad. But right now I have, actually I can probably pay one of them off. Yeah, I have a bunch of bank loans pulled out. So, I don't want to get any more fines per day than I have to for hiring people. I think it's not a fine, is it? It's a salary. Do they have a rating in fines per hour as well? They do have a rating. I don't know if they have a fines per hour. They have a pay rate, and they tell you how much money they make. They might have fines, but I'm not positive. But they do have a rating as well, so the longer you have them employed, and the more you train them, the higher the rating goes, so the more money they make. I'd be surprised if they had penalties, but I'd kind of like it. Hot dog sandwiches, pizza, diner. Pretty sure that's McDonald's. I don't think there's a diner there. I think it's McDonald's. presumably they're responsible for their own fines. Yeah, that makes sense. Although maybe the company would cover them. I'm not sure. I'm not a truck driver. I don't know how that works if you have a company. Alright, we're about to cross over the Astoria Bridge. If you're not paying attention and you want to see it. I'm not exactly sure if it's going to be the full length. I don't think it is, but it's here. It doesn't go down as far either. Yeah, it's quite a bit shorter, but it's here. Whee! I guess it does go pretty far down. Entering Washington. There you go. There's the bridge. I'm pretty sure it's like a mile long or something in real life. Thing's incredibly far. It's not that long, but it's definitely big. That's very short. But they kind of swish everything down. Otherwise, you wouldn't really be playing a game. You'd be you'd be driving in real life. McDonald's is closer to the Maritime Museum. Is it? Oh, okay. You're just like walking around Astoria in Google Maps. Oh, is that a pig in a pancake? That might be a pig in a pancake diner. I've been through Astoria a couple times, and I remember stopping at a pig in a pancake. Something like that. Pig in a blanket, maybe? Something like that. There's a pig in a something. No, you just remember from trips? Oh, okay. Okay, tunnel coming up. Get ready to hold your breath. Oh, it's a short one. You'll be fine. Just give it a quick inhale. And we're done. I feel like I didn't need to go down to 35 for this turn. This is a pretty gentle turn. Think I'm right about the restaurant, though? Yeah. Maybe. I remember I went on a road trip with my ex's, or my ex and her parents, and we stopped at a diner somewhere along the way called Pig in a Pancake, and my ex's mother tipped the waitress like $50, and she cried, and that's all I can remember about that trip. It wasn't a tip, it was a gift, because a tip is taxable, but a gift isn't, or something like that. So she gave it to her as a gift, after, like, while we were leaving the restaurant. Squiggly road. Squiggly road. There's like a birch tree right there. That's a weird detail to add. I wonder if that's something they actually saw and like stuck out to them when they were making the map. Google says pig and pancake. Excellent news. I like to think I'm good with names, but sometimes my mind fails me. But I'm glad I got it this time. Drop no some buzzers. sucks. This road's terrible. Deer! I didn't even know deer crossed the road. That's the first time I've ever seen that. I played this game for like 100 and some hours, and that's the first time I've ever seen that. The downside of playing this playlist for... Oh, did I ever... Oh, right, there's only one path anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. The downside of playing the soundtrack on a 4-hour stream instead of a 2.5-hour stream is I think that the soundtrack is only about 2 hours long, so you get a lot of repeats. Keep saying soundtrack, playlist. The playlist is only about 2 hours long. Luckily, it's sort of just generally chill music, so there's no words or anything, so it's kind of hard to notice that it's repeating, but it is. I need to go visit some more truck dealers. I'd like to see what kind of trucks are available. That way when I, Ooh, drawbridge. When I inevitably afford a new truck, I can choose from a brand that might be more interesting than others. Because I think this is like Eagle brand, which I didn't even know was a truck brand, but I guess it must be. I've never heard of it. I've heard of International. I've heard of Mac. I've heard of Peterbilt, but I haven't heard of the other ones. I think I've heard of Peterbilt. Maybe I just recognize it from the game, but I don't know what kind of truck I want properly. This is just the first truck. This is the cheapest truck that I could find that I first accepted. I need to get into that lane, please. Is anyone kind enough to let me in once the bridge goes down? We've entered Aberdeen. I definitely know where that is. Looks like the rating is calculated based off your skill points. That makes sense. That's what I thought it might be. It's either skill. It was either the like your general level, which would be your skills, or how well you deliver packages on time. Stuff like that. So it was one of the two. So I'm not surprised by either. Ooh, I do not like this sort of road. That makes me nervous. I feel the truck should not be allowed to drive over that. Mini did wake you up, but it's far later than you expected it to be. Hey, how you doing? Welcome back. Well, my stream ended up being longer than I expected it to be too, so it works out fine. But sorry you got woken up. How was the floor? Was it comfy? Yeah, I said I might go the whole 4 because I had a break, but usually on Sundays I like to go for 2.5. So I wasn't positive. This is a longer stream than usual, though. I'd like to keep my Sunday streams at 2.5, but like I said, since yesterday I took off early. I'm okay with it. Yeah. Next week I might play Slay the Spire. Or this again, I'm not sure. I played this 2 weeks in a row now, so I might go to Slay the Spire and then I might come back to it the week after or something. Because Slay the Spire seemed like a fun game. That seems like a good choice. And then tomorrow's going to be Xenonauts, I think. Rating is just skill points and how you distribute them. Reputation is based off how well the job and complete jobs do. Okay. It's according to the Steam guide and reading. Oh, you're reading a guide. Alright, I guess that makes sense. I didn't realize it was a reputation. Rating's 0.8 red. I don't see any reputation, though. It's hidden, but it affects the types of jobs you can pick. Oh, really? Okay, well, that's interesting. I'll be aware of that, I guess. I'll make an effort to deliver packages on time. I mean, not that I'm not doing that already, but, you know. I wouldn't have expected a hidden stat in a truck driving simulator. These white roads, not being able to see the lines at all. Not that it's like hard to stay in the right spot or anything, just I'd like the added security of being able to see the actual lines. Visit the Microsoft campus in Redmond. I don't know where Redmond is. They're in California? Washington? Dunno. It's in Washington. Well. I didn't see it. so it's obviously not there, because if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. Where is Redmond? I wonder if I have to zoom in. No, seems fine. Nah, it's Idaho. Yeah, we only got these towns. Maybe if I zoom in, there's like hidden, but I don't think so. It might be still in the location, just not a town. Yeah, Vancouver, Longview, Port Angeles, Wenatchee, Kennewick, Spokane. I did see Yakima a second ago. Oh, there it is right there. Oh, okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Road safety is no accident. A suburb of Seattle. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if suburbs would be in the game or not. Because, like, if it's a suburb of Seattle, that means it'd be around here. But since Everett's right there and Wenatchee's right there, I think it wouldn't exactly show up. It goes through, like, the main, towns, I think, and then goes through. Because I think, like, Portland here has Vancouver, Longview, the Dales, and Salem surrounding it, but it doesn't have Beaverton or Gresham or anything like that, which are all suburbs of Portland, basically. Yeah, like I said, it might still be there, but it wouldn't show up as a town, so I just have to, like, see it to know where it is. If it's going to be there at all. Again, it's a delivery game, not a road trip game, so I think there's like landmarks to the towns to let you know that they're the town that you're in, and it's fun to see them. And the actual layout of the town that you drive through, like the main roads, are recognizably the towns, but I don't think they have anything like super interesting like to look at in there. I don't know what that dome is, but that's obviously a landmark that is in some way related to Tacoma. Never seen it before, but means something. Going back to sleep. All right. Well, thanks for popping in and saying hey. Have a good rest of your night. Hopefully you can sleep in a bed this time. I should have taken a turn in there, I think. Oh no, I can still make it. A bit wider. Well, actually, I guess it's probably a lot easier to make this turn than that really narrow one. Okay, I already want this. Pressed E by accident. Okay, that should be easy. No, let's pause. Were you not watching the screen? I was passing over oh, you're getting snacks. Yeah, I was passing over a bridge, and I was like, I don't know what that dome is over there, but it's probably related to Tacoma somehow. So, I've seen the dome. I didn't know what it was, though. It's a really narrow place. They really want you to park in the most narrow, weird spots, huh? I accidentally skipped the parking just now. I pressed enter instead of pressing T, and it just instantly skipped the parking instead of giving me the experience for the advanced parking, which is fine. It wouldn't have been that much experience, but still. Yeah, I'll go and over here to see if there's a rest stop or a hiring location or something. That's actually not a good place, because that's going to be that's a garage. I'll go over there to see what that is. And then if that's nothing, I'll go over here and rest in this Peterbilt location. Because I think I'll be able to see the dome from there. Drive. Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to drive down these lanes. You're supposed to go all the way around the side, but I'm not going to do that because it takes too long. I'll just run down some civilians, it's fine. Who's going to stop me? I'm in a big old truck. I think that's about your knowledge for landmarks around there, except for some of the mountains. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, I don't know much about like Washington other than like Seattle, which, you know, everybody knows Seattle. Oops, sorry about that, cop. I wasn't paying attention. I'm getting tired, I think. Yeah, there's the Space Needle. And like in like a big stadium, I think. That's about all I know from Seattle. I know a bit more about Oregon and California, but only like Northern California. I know some of Nevada. I know New York. That's about it. Actually, I could take a break and then go. Do a little sleep first to get past the sleepy times. My character's not yawning in 5 minutes, and then check out the dome. You haven't left your county much? That's normal. Not to mention, like, anywhere in America is enormous, so leaving here requires like a car and the money to like pay for like somewhere to sleep or rest or whatever. Like, you can't really just go out on a road trip willy-nilly. You have to sort of plan it. And most things are already, like, if you need to go, if you're like, oh, I want to go to a movie, usually most towns have a movie theater. Or, oh, I want to, you know, go shopping. Most towns have numerous grocery stores to choose from. You never have a reason to leave your town or county, for that matter. Okay, let's see. Freight market. I'll do one more delivery. I think I have the time. Oh, it's going to be a really short one. No, I mean, short from here, please. From the location I'm at. That's too long. That's too short. That'll probably do, right there. Tacoma to Vancouver. Tacoma to Portland? That's more. Pays more. Do Tacoma to Portland. See if we don't see the Tacoma Dome. That's an urgent delivery, too, so I gotta hurry and get there. It's gonna pay a ton. It's a fragile and urgent, I think. It's more like if you've left a lot, but only to go very specific places. Aside from the road trip that one time. That makes sense. I did sleep, yes. I didn't check how long I slept for. Shh. hurry. It's an urgent delivery. Okay. I never really liked lo-fi music with that snare. It's too abrupt. Really catches me off guard and makes me less relaxed. Even if it's timed properly, like that. Part of the beat. What is that? It's a Peterbilt truck factory. There you go. Found it. It's the exact same song. Did it just repeat the same song? It's like it heard me talking about not liking the snare and then it immediately repeated it. Oh no, it just quieted down for about 10 seconds and then went to the next one. Okay, skip that one. I don't like it. See, I don't mind the clapping and stuff. The clapping's fine, but the snare is too, like, aggressively abrupt. That one. Take job. It's one of the worst things in, when you're, like, listening to lo-fi. Like, I used to try to listen to lo-fi when I slept. Okay, I gotta go the other way. But randomly a song would come on with, like, a snare, and it would just wake me right back up. That was the right way. Damn it. Are you kidding me? Where is it? Yeah, it is. Dang it. I went the right way the first time. I thought I did, but then I saw it and it looked like I went the wrong way. I'm so glad I don't have air brake simulation. It's urgent. It's an urgent delivery. I'm futzing around the wrong directions here. I'm gonna get out of this location and be like, oh, our client expects a package immediately. And it's like, uh-oh. Okay, what do you look like? You are this direction around. I definitely did not press forward because I was looking backwards. We didn't see it happen, so it didn't happen. Also, it's a bunch of cardboard boxes. There's no way that would have made that noise. It's impossible to know what happened because I wasn't looking. And the car works, so obviously it wasn't a wreck. Otherwise, the car would just stop working, right? Probably fall asleep before you make it to Portland, but try to take the East Bridge across the Columbia River and look for Mount Hood off to your left as you drive across. I could do. Let me see. What's the East Bridge looking like? Do I even have a choice, I wonder? Nah. Well, I guess that's the East Bridge, technically. If there is an East Bridge, it would be like here, maybe. But I'll give it a look. I-205. We don't have a 205. Just a 405. In the game's defense, they do have to shrink towns a lot to fit them in the game. Like, can you imagine driving around one city for like 45 minutes to an hour trying to deliver a package? I think there is a mod. There was for Euro Truck Simulator, I believe. There might be a mod to make the cities bigger. Oh god, I thought that guy was gonna crash into me. I think you can make the maps bigger, but I don't know if I'd enjoy that, because I kind of like the smaller maps, since I can get places in a few hours rather than like, you know, I visited like 5 towns in 4 hours, or whatever. If I was playing a real size map, I'd be halfway to Portland or whatever from where I was. So, you know, not too bad. not too upset about the small map size. But it is kind of strange when like landmarks aren't there and stuff. 205 is a major interstate built specifically for truck bypass around the Portland metro area. Really? I didn't know that. But yeah, I guess it is kind of strange in that case. Maybe I'll look around and see if I can't see some. Because like I said, they don't have like Beaverton and Gresham, which are like, you know, metro area. So I don't know. They don't have Milwaukee either, which I'm also pretty sure is Portland Metro. Convince your fiance to buy this game so you can drive around looking for stuff from your past. It might be kind of fun, yeah. Like I said before, I've driven through towns that I've lived in, or ones that I've visited, and I can recognize a lot of like the storefronts and stuff and the areas. And it's like a really nice nostalgia. What is a Milwaukee? Milwaukee? It's a Portland Metro, I think, if I remember rightly. It's, like, over here, I think? Like, Beaverton's, like, down here, Gresham's, like, over here, Milwaukee's, like, either over here or over here, I don't remember which side. But it's Milwaukee, Gresham, Beaverton, something, something. There's like 5 cities that merged into Portland. Did your autocorrect spell it correctly? Because I said Milwaukee and you spelled it right. So I'm assuming the autocorrect did it for you. Unless I'm just really good at pronunciation. By Lake Oswego? I don't know Lake Oswego. Google says you spelled it wrong. Milwaukee? I'm pretty sure that's right. Milwauke. Yeah, I'm positive that's right. That's its Milwaukee. But it sounds right to me. There's no way to know. I mean, it's impossible to check. That's why I'm right so often. Oh, it's a car crash. Or just a bunch of people having a hard time merging together, not a car crash at all. Come on now. Just zipper, what are you doing? I got an urgent delivery here. I gotta make it to Portland right now. Don't you know how important this is? Too much of cars. Now this is probably a crash. Oh, a cop pulled somebody over. Hey, Longview. IE instead of an E. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed. I would have thought that was how it was spelled. Vancouver. And here I said earlier in the stream that I was good with names, and I've forgotten how to spell Milwaukee. Lock Oswego? Yeah. What is that? Yeah, I assumed it was right. The pronunciations generally are strange and unnatural. Wait, are they really making me detour back? Oh no, okay, good. This doesn't... Okay, good. Never mind, we're fine. Oh, hey, 205. Yeah, I-205. I guess that must be this place then. This is the I-205 right here, in that case. Which is... not near Portland. And it also ends. But it's in the game. This is definitely not what that looks like in real life. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh, we're on the 205 right now. Never mind. We're going south on the 205. So this is the 205. My mistake. Or something. I have no idea. Something like that, anyway. This whole area is a 205. Whatever's not a 48 or a 5 is a 205. It's very, very strange designation, but 205 actually means 205 different roads you can take in this one area. I went way too fast. Not even close. I'm pretty sure the devs are like from the UK. I can't fault them for having the roads wrong sometimes. Why do they have Portland on the wrong side of the Columbia? Do they? Astoria. They don't. This is where the Columbia is, right? Right here. That's what divides Washington and Oregon. It's on the right side. Oh, this is the 205 bridge? Well, it's a bit dark, but I don't see any mountains. Unless they're covered by trees. I don't need your okay to turn right on red, even if there's a car right there waiting to hit me. I would imagine they have, like, Because you hate it. I imagine they have, like, you've been through Portland, I imagine, if you've been a road trip through the area. Portland has that enormous, like, Cloverleaf Junction nonsense. There's like 35 different roads branching off of each other in the middle of Portland. I don't think they're gonna... That does exist in this game, but it's a lot smaller. I don't think they're gonna put a whole lot of everything in. Like, they're definitely not gonna... Like, that's PDX right there. So there's Washington. Ugh, God, I hate those. I hate those so much. Like, those ridiculous roads. I mean, I guess they are necessary to get around, but my goodness, they're so confusing. We were going to a trip. I don't remember where, actually. I was going to share a story, but I don't remember where we were going. I went on a ski trip with my ex's family, and, I got lost on one of those roadways. I don't remember where it was. I think it was Portland, but I don't know where we went, so I don't know what town we went through or where we went from there. So I can't. What do you mean red light? Oh, I didn't notice I didn't realize I had a separate light to that one up there. It's fine. I already got the violation. I'm also very tired, so I'm having a hard time. Portland Cargo Central. Where do you need it? Oh, it's gonna be a weird backup one. I hate doing the backup ones. Alright. Maybe it'd be a better idea to go backwards into that location. I want Air Cargo Road. Yeah. I was. Turn all the way. Well, I can't turn left where I did, and the post office would have been to your right. Well... It's fine. I didn't see anything happen, did you? It's a weird, twisted mimicry of reality. That's a fantastic description of what this is. Everything's familiar. You sort of recognize everything as a landmark, but nothing's quite where it's meant to be. And even though you can see the places that you've lived or grown up or whatever, everything's just like a little bit wrong. Oh, wow, look at that. Look how slick that was. You see that? You see that parking job? Holy crap. I don't know why it's not letting me, like, finish, but... Oh, okay, it's because I'm at an angle. It looked really slick, though. It was wrong, but it looked good. So... it's a lot wrong. There's so much wrong. Hey, it's a truck driving simulator, not a road trip simulator. It's okay for it to be wrong. At least as long as the towns are recognizable, I'm okay with it. Again, I'm not supposed to be sightseeing. They could have used Google Maps. I mean, you have to squish the cities down one way or the other. You're gonna have to take stuff out. Long distance. Okay. I might pay off another loan. There you go. Alright. That'll be it for me. Time for me to end my stream. I will probably... I think my rating went up. I'll probably be back with this again in a couple of weeks, not right away. Next week I'm probably going to play Slay the Spire. I think that would be fun. Oh, really? Indeed. I guess it makes sense. Anyway. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with Xenonauts. I want to try and get this out of the way before the time ends. That's why I bothered you so much. That makes sense. I understand. But yeah, so I'll be back with Xenonauts tomorrow, and then the day after will be Subnautica again. And I'll do that off and on till Saturday, which will be Planet Zoo. And then next Sunday is probably going to be, like I said, Slay the Spire. And if it's not Slay the Spire, then it'll be this. Or it might be Unpacking. I haven't decided yet. One of those. For Saturday, or for Sunday. We'll find out. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. Appreciate it. Thanks for lurking, obviously. Always happy to have lurkers. Have a good rest of your day, night, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is for you. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.